everyone. Welcome along. A little bit of an impromptu little stream. How are we all? Hope everyone is good. Everyone ready to rock and roll. I'm just setting a few bits up. Let's get ready to go. How are we doing? Kayla, it's good to have you in. Chris is in. Marcus, how do? Brad, yeah, Ange has gone. Yeah, it's not a good day, is it? It's not a good look. I just need to update the scores on the screen and so on. Just doing that now. How are we doing, Paul? Good to have you in, buddy. A solid 8. The thing is, there was a telling line in the statement they released. Not the new search for a manager has begun, will begin, or so on. It was in due course, which says to me the deal for Thomas Frank has already been done. For me, I think it's done and dusted. That Thomas Frank will be the new Spurs manager. Yeah. I'm not convinced personally, but you know. How are we doing, Antoinette? I hope you are good. Yeah, the fact the statement said the new search for the manager will be confirmed in due course or something. It's like you don't put that unless you've already got your man, so to speak. But the World Series does dominate this evening. We are in Copenhagen for the Nordic Darts Masters. I'm not a massive flat racing fan, to be honest, mate, so I don't even know who's running. Thomas Frank. You want him at United, really? Not for me. I can't remember the name of the site. I'll find it out for next time. But there's a really good website that shows you pretty much every major club's income, expenditure, and whatever. Manchester United are still one of the biggest cash cows in football. The money they make is ridiculous, but the issue is where it all goes and so on. So I was stunned when I was looking at it. The money Manchester United still make, considering they're not like in the Champions League and they're not winning stuff. The money they still make is absolutely ridiculous. Rob Cross needs to. The World Series is always different hosts Chris, last year, Ali Drew did a load of them. I know it's going to be a different one in New York to the one here as well. Remember, the World Series aren't ITV produced. These are Matchroom produced. Never ever noticed. Yeah, it's yeah. The World Series is always different. How are we doing, Rob? Good to have you in, buddy. De Graaf can beat Dobby. I don't think he will. I don't think we've seen enough of Jeffrey De Graaf this year. How are we doing, Charlie? How are we doing, Daniel? Good to have you both in. Emma did a few of the World Series, not last year, the year before. But let's just say there was complications with Emma doing the World Series. Yeah, but bearing in mind, I haven't got any sand, so someone's going to have to let me know what he walks on to. Yeah, to 100%. I'm in New York for the World Series, definitely. The only reason I couldn't do this is I've got a family commitment tomorrow that I didn't want to get out of either, but so I couldn't do both days. Otherwise, I would have gone to Copenhagen as well. The reason the World Series goes to the Netherlands is pure and simply financial. Basically, Toto paid a ridiculous amount of money to have the event. Basically, Copenhagen. I've been. To be fair, this is the first one in Copenhagen I've missed, and yeah, Copenhagen's an amazing city. It's normally, or recently, it's been in January though, isn't it? Or actually, I think the time's moved around a bit, but it's. I've been to Aspinall, Denmark. Nice. Yeah, as I say, I've been to Copenhagen. This is the first one I've missed. But like I say, I've got a family engagement tomorrow. Also, you'll have to excuse me at times if I'm typing. I've got to do the social updates at the end of the games as well. I'd probably only New York. I might go to Poland. I might not. The issue is it's only 4 days after coming back from New York with pretty much the same lineup. So, don't really see the value. I'm missing New York this year. It's sad. How come you're missing it, Joey? Look, New York is the best World Series event that I've ever been to, and certainly it comes across on TV as well, but it comes across better than anyone else. Is the trips, you know... sometimes, Brad, it varies to depend. Like New York, we know there's designated media days for us as well, so we know we're going to get content above it. Going to Poland, for instance, will 8 interviews in Poland benefit us more, or will 2 streams? Probably 2 streams, if I'm being honest. So, and again, it all depends on what the players say and so on. If you just get 8 boring interviews to go, yeah, I played alright, you don't really get anything from it. Because it only needs one of us to cover the trip. My mates are busy and they said do it next year, skip this one. Nice, mate, nice. Yeah, the MSG is incredible. Here comes Johnny Mac. Is on screen. Interesting. How are you doing, Rico? Phil, are the world's top 5 players playing? I think, yeah, it's only MVG that's missing from the world's top 5. So, yes, the big boys are there. I remember before the Worlds 2 years ago, someone asked you who the top 3 most retained ever were. Yeah, look, we were kind of privileged that we saw Luke play from the ages of 14, 15, and you could just see. To be fair, I remember when he qualified for the World Championship the first time, and we did the live lounge live from the wonderful, wonderful Prince of Wales in Ilkeston, Mason Charlotte's. Well, stuck to the Beatles. Started quick, and everyone laughed at me when I said, or I had Luke Littler get into the quarterfinals on debut. I know he went on to get to the final, which was brilliant, but I had him losing to either Gezi or Gary in the quarterfinals, and everyone thought I was mad. Does the PDC cover the players' travel expenses for the World Series events? Yes. Evening Digital, hope you are good. Are you happy Ange's gone? No, I am not. Will you please explain to my partner that the scantily clad girls on the stage are not strippers? Yep, they are trainee dart players getting experience on the stage, live and up close, seeing how the professionals throw. Did I sell that or not? The PDC players also get an appearance fee as well. So for the PDC player, like not the local representatives, but the actual I think my internet's having a wobble. 2 seconds. I haven't cleared it today. It should clear itself in a minute, fingers crossed. Why did it do it when... I am... Yeah, the internet's having a wobble. 2 seconds, folks. Let me... Hopefully it should sort itself out in a second. Right. Maybe later. Let's do that. So, fingers crossed. I've just hit the little reset button, so fingers crossed it should be all right in a second. As Dobby looks to take the opening leg. And does. Chris Dobby leads 1-0. Again, Jeffrey de Graaf has not been the Jeffrey that we expect of late. Just expect maybe a little bit more from Jeffrey de Graaf. Yeah, internet's now sorted itself out. So, Dobby leads 1-0. So here we go. Didn't ask you, everyone. What's your score predictions for Dobby against de Graaf? I think Dobby wins quite comfortably, if I'm being honest. Let me know in the comments what you're going for. 6-3. Yeah, I can see it somewhere around there.
Open your mouth.
That's gone out. That's gone out. That's gone out. Just checking on. Right. De Graaf looking. He's only going to get one dart to save this, by the way. And that dart is at double 16, and he's come inside, so Hollywood for 2-zip. How do you manage to book Macau's Bar and Grill? Because the wonderful, wonderful Mr. Anthony Eugenia knows the owner. So it always helps. Hi Jude. Yeah, I'm not sure Hey Jude's the right call. Rico, who's your pick for the tourney? Which one am I picking? Luke Humphries. But if it's not, it'll be Littler. It will be a Luke. I know that's boring, but I just think that they are so much better than everyone else at the moment. How we doing, Paul? Good to have you in, buddy. Maximum for Dobby, 180. I went, yeah, it was just a coin toss. It will either be Luke L or Luke H. Good evening, Nico. Good to have you in, buddy. Pleasure as always. To be fair, Gezi is going to be jet lagged. Anyone that follows him on Instagram, he left the States quite late. So I think Garrowing could be slightly jet lagged. I still think it would be better for the tour and darts in the local area if Copenhagen and Poland swapped their World Series events for Euro tours. Possibly, yeah. Look, at the end of the day, it comes down to a lot of things, doesn't it? Finances, TV deals, and so on. Jamie, no one said he cared. We just said he's going to be jet lagged. As the information from a betting point of view, I wouldn't touch him. No, he won't care. He's had his travel paid for. He's getting an appearance fee. Why would he care? Evening, other Jamie. Who's next? Well, it looks like the deal's already done, mate. It looks like Thomas Frank is an absolute done deal. How are we doing, Brock? Good to have you in. Has he made a decision on next week? I don't know, is the honest answer. Oh, do you mean, has he changed his mind? I will try and find out. I spoke to someone earlier on this week, Wednesday. Whenever the draw came out, I spoke to someone, and they hadn't been told that he changed his mind. (3-0 to Hollywood. He is a running riot. Look, the match itself isn't the best of quality, but at this point, Chris Dobby won't care. He's 3-0 up. Jeffrey de Graaf only averaging 72 at the moment. Any ideas when we'll see MVG again? I'm still hopeful that he might play New York, but the honest answer is I don't know. Evening, Raymond. Hope you are good. Could well be, Chris. Could well be. Any thoughts on Rob? I'd say, look, I've only read what everyone else has done. It looks as if he's tried to be Jimmy Carr with his tax. Do a lot of people do it? Yes. Look, you run the risk if you do it. If you get away with it, it's great. Do I begrudge anyone for paying less tax? Not at all. If there's a loophole and you can exploit it, why wouldn't you? How are we doing, Colin? Good to have you in the La Manga, mate. Love Ryan Joyce to be. He's never going there, is he? Let's be fair. Next Pro Tours are 17th, 18th and 19th of this month. So not long to wait. Not next week, the week after. Yeah, Jeffrey de Graaf is having a mare. Look, he's not played an awful lot recently. Have my expectations changed? Maybe. Look, only we'll only know in a couple of months' time and so on. As Dobby clinical on 78 4-0. And Jeffrey de Graaf has got to be worried about a bagel here. Daniel, I could, but I'm not going to because it's none of my business. It's none of your business when Michael plays again. Michael will play when he wants to play. So it's none of our business. Dan Simpson will not agree. Well, on my take, Brock, I get I get that, but again, look, look, by the way, I don't know everyone's personal circumstances and so on, but if we could try and pay less tax, would we? Being a limited company as a sole trader is a slippery. To be fair, if you look at Companies House, most of them are limited companies. No, I agree, Rob. Look, he hasn't got away with it, so he has to face the consequences. I agree, but am I gonna hammer him for trying it? No, because I'd probably do it if I was in his situation as well. But be prepared, like this, if you are going to do it and get caught, there are consequences, is all I'm saying. And Jeffrey de Graaf finds a double. It is a breaker throw as well. Again, this scrappy contest is just back in the balance a little bit. Marcus, that's the more interesting bit that I think Dan might talk about. It wouldn't surprise me if it was Johnny. I don't think they'll be concerned, Nico. It's down to the players. Just playing devil's advocate regarding the players' pay. Before they enter Q score, they should know that the tour doesn't cover expenses. They don't mean the problem is, Brock, is I agree with part of that. But the other part is you can't enter the Challenge Tour without entering Q School either. So you've kind of got to. Does that make sense? I don't know, Jamie. It depends how good your maths is. No, I agree. It's not, but it's. At the end of the day, they're not employees of the PDC. How are we doing, Ruben? Hope you are good. I feel on the World Cup qualifying page, why are Northern Ireland seeded over the Netherlands? Because it's done on your combined ranking, and Northern Ireland's combined ranking is higher than Holland's. 4-2, back-to-back legs for Jeffrey de Graaf. Chris Dobby just got a little bit to think about here. Again, Chris Dobby, for someone that has played well recently, only averaging 82, he has a lot of work to do here, as Jeffrey de Graaf is just coming back into this. It says they're both combined at 40. It depends when the cut-off was, Ruben. I haven't got any information in front of me because all I've got is stream stuff. But there will be a clear rule in the criteria of seeding before it was done. Do we think more names will come out? Possibly. MVG pulling out cost his country being a seed. Yeah, they Holland would have been seeded 2, I think. If it was MVG and Nopper, I think they would have been seeded 2. I am, fingers crossed, Dobby 5-2, pins double 16. Hopefully, I'm sitting down with Gary Anderson on Sunday. Is the plan. So, fingers crossed, we'll have a bit of Gary content. Do you know if Cross is subject to further legal? I don't, Rob. The honest answer is I don't know. I don't know. I didn't read the full article because of the publication it was originally in, so I haven't read the full findings. 180 to Dobby as he looks. So I will try and get something with Matt. Mikuru said at the beginning of the year that she wasn't going to play much steel tip this year. She's got more on soft tip to do. And Dobby wraps up victory 6-2 to Hollywood. Chris Dobby. That one there. Done it again. Click the wrong one. And now I've got to move it to here so I can see it properly. So, keep clipping the wrong one. To be fair, fingers crossed. Again, I just need time to move things around. At the moment, I've got 2 screens there. I've got to put a TV up on the wall there as well now. So fingers crossed, I can have the stream software there, TV there instead of the monitor. Well, that's the plan anyway. Look, I'm expecting the world news soon, Chris. I'm surprised we haven't got it yet. I also think, again, this isn't anything I know or thing. I think this year will be the last year at Ali Pali. And I think we're going to have a change of venue next year. Djokovic going to win? Hopefully not. Not a Djokovic fan. Are you surprised Gary letting Ty have a TikTok? Gary probably doesn't even know. I want tennis live lands. Vez. No, I agree. It's not poor. I change of city. I don't think so. I think it stays in the capital. I think it stays in London. Sorry about that, folks. Yes. To be fair, Nadal was my favourite tennis player. I used to love Nadal. It won't be. No, I won't interview Gary live. We'll record it and then we'll chop it. Evening, Matthew. Hope you are good. Yeah, I don't get it. And some of the venues. Well, you've only mentioned two, so. Do you like? Yeah, Federer was. Federer, and by the way, I respect Djokovic as a player. I just don't enjoy him and his quite roboticness, and don't see a lot of personality from him. But massively respect him as a player. But yeah, I think the World Championship stays in the capital, but leaves Ali Pali. And I think that some of you have guessed right, and some of you haven't. Lots of good chat in the chat room. You're on fire today. What's your... I hope that... the only thing with mine head is they're going to have to change that tent at some point. I don't know how long it takes. Agreed, Marcus, agreed. Yeah, I just used to love the way Nadal used to give everything. give me an outsider for this. Not being biased, but I'm going to say Dobby reaches the outsider. It's in the wrong half. Is he an outsider? I don't know, but Johnny Clayton for the reach the semi-finals. Do you like Andy Murray? He's all right. I think Thomas Frank. I think it's a done deal. Right, we are ready to go. Getterin Price has won the ball against Dekker. I'm not convinced. I'm not a Thomas Frank fan, if I'm being honest. The Sheriff, Dekker, on his way, with a few selfies on the way down. Absolute giant of a man. Here comes a vanilla ice baby. Do you think Spurs... look, don't get me wrong, Heung-min Son has been an incredible player for Tottenham. But last year, the back end of the year, he wasn't first choice because there were better players than him. Now, can he recover it? Possibly. But age is getting there. Gezi. I'll tell you, Gezi's not very tall, and Dekker is. This is quite funny. No, Chris, he got kept out the side because players were playing better than him. Matchday will never leave Blackpool. Never say never. Look, as long as the Winter Gardens is there, I think it'll be there, but the building at the Winter Gardens is not in the best of conditions. To be fair, for £4 million, I'd keep Timo Werner as a squad player. For £4 million, I actually think that's a... Yeah, and look, I don't think the match play will move willingly, but at some point, the Winter Gardens is going to fall down. Keller just signed for Brentford, and the manager is off. Yeah, well, I didn't know this until I had Sky Sports on, Sky Sports News before I came on with you guys. That I didn't realise that Frank has got a release clause in his contract, and by the wording of the Tottenham statement, I think the deal's agreed with Frank. They just need to trigger the release clause. But Gazzy pins tops at the first time of asking. It depends what you're looking at, Chris. From a football point of view, 100%. But Daniel Levy is... Remember, Daniel Levy doesn't own the club. He is the chairman that is put in there by our owners. And he's put in there to make them money. And that is something that Daniel Levy does very, very well. Is, from a business-wise, what we make from the stadium and the deal with the NFL and the other events that we have there. Daniel Levy does an incredible job for the business. But there is a big difference between business and football. The football side of it, he does extremely poorly. But the other side of it, which is why he's there, I think... Not last year, the year before, I think it was released that he got something like a £3 million bonus because of the financial turnover that he put in. Gezi has, he had a throw with them. Where did I speak to him? Aberdeen. I'm trying to think where I spoke to him. His word, I said, "Did you bring the new darts?" He was like, "Yeah." He goes, I had a chuck. I went, "You taking them out?" His words were, "Nah, I shit myself and put them back in the case." So yeah, he has had a chuck with them. Yeah, 100%. Football clubs aren't clubs that we all grew up with. They are businesses now, and they're there to make their investors and their chairman's money. Yeah, but Jamie, there's a fine line between doing what's best for business and what's best for the club. There's a difference because you can suffer on the pitch like we have done and made loads of money. But if you get it right on the pitch, you can also make a lot of money. So it's... And that's the point that they're making, that it's the fans particularly are making, that it's like some of this profit has to go back into the team. Gary Price is benefiting from his trip to Universal Studios and wherever else he's been. He is flying along, averaging 107 right now. Who do I want at Spurs? I want Maurizio Pochettino back, but that can't happen until next year, unfortunately. Gary Price looking at 8-8 for 3-0. He's just given Dekker a look at the big fish. He's not going to go. Best dart players in the world right now. Not picking either Luke. I'm not picking either Luke. Yeah, I'd go with Gezi and Ando. I've got no idea without looking. Yeah, Price is in the US Darts Masters. Who else has been mentioned in the betting? You on about for the Spurs job, Rob? The problem is Thomas Frank is 1-5 already, and I think the next closest one is sort of like 1-6. Not the betting markets on transfers. No, it doesn't, but it's a fairly wide indication. Let me match inside. I saw that the other day. Isn't Inzaghi getting £26 million a year after tax? Yeah, Thomas Frank is 1-5. Marco Silva 5-1, and then everyone else is 14s and more. That's a good point, Jamie. The honest answer is I don't know. To be fair, I think he only booked it late as well. It was a spur of the moment thing. But again, Gathering Price looking at 4-0 here. To be fair, I'm sure that they've been before and love going. So yeah, it was just a chance of any chance of Sunday night finals. What's Sunday night? When will the end? Probably Monday, Tuesday at the latest, mate. I will. It depends what time I get done. So yeah. No, the finals are tomorrow. Gezi just making a bit of a mess of this, but Dekker has not punished. So Gezi looking back at double 10 for 5-0. But he's been immaculate up until here, and then finally pinned. So it is 5-0, and that there is more than a fair chance that this is bagel territory. Dekker has not threatened the Iceman in this mood. Remember, he is the defending champ, Gathering Price. Looking to defend that crown, that title. Have you heard SummerSlam? Right. Can Dekker avoid being bageled? Is the question. all the favourites should win. Yes, yes. I don't know. I think Andreas Harrysson is a tricky assignment for Rob Cross. Look, Rob is rightfully favourite, I agree, but I wouldn't be surprised if Andreas Harrysson won. I think I'd expect Aspinall to win. Littler, Bunting, and Labanauskas has a good game in him. That Johnny is playing well, but it's not beyond the realms in the best of 11 for Laban to win. Would you take Areola at Spurs? Not really. I'm still not convinced. Gathering price. That treble 5 doesn't help you. You can't rescue the situation. So Dekker is going to get the chance not to be bageled. Like the ones he tried, he was saying that, and Dekker does hit, he liked the grip pattern on it, but he didn't like the nose bit. So I think he was going to go back to him and say, can you make this dart with this grip, but with my nose on the end of the dart? That's what he was saying. So, Gathering price. Look, he's cruised to victory here. He's been in no danger at all. No danger whatsoever as he maximises 182. Would you be happy to keep to 5 versus P? At the moment, Jamie, yes. If it's only 5, it would be a result. To be fair, Rob, he played with something that he quite liked, so he asked for it and then realised it didn't work when he was really trying. Does that make sense? So the ones he tried, he asked for them to be like that. To be fair, they're all dart players, or they're like, oh, let's try this, and then realise it doesn't actually work. So, Dekker has just decided to make a game of this. All of a sudden, he breaks Gathering price. That comebacks have to start somewhere. I'll find that when I speak to him next. We will see. Gathering price is he's missed a match dart, and Dekker has just upped his level. Look, I'm still not a level that is going to trouble Gezi long term, but it's enough that right now he's asking questions as he bangs in them. Fallon's playing in the World Match Play, mate. I think the women's world match play, I don't see much change in it, if I'm being honest. So the top 8, Aileen de Graaf may catch Lorraine, but other than that, I don't see much change. I think Bo, Noah Lynn, Fallon, Lisa, Robin, Gemma, Kirsty Vinnikainen are locked, maybe just 8. And Cord Dekker, 3 legs on the spin now. Do you think Goran Price has a better A game than Rob Cross? For me, yes. I think that Goran Price's A game is explosive. So, yeah, for me, yes, he does. And Goran Price seals a 6-3 victory. It's good for Price. He's averaged a ton in the end. And look, could it have been 6-0? Possibly. Has he done more than enough? Yeah. Rob Cross, Andreas Harrysson. No. Do you think Bo would accept a World Series invite anywhere? Yeah, I believe she would. I don't see any reason why not, Jamie. Big Johnny, yes, agreed. Natalie, 100% Gazzy's A game is right up there. Rob Cross has won the ball. So, what are we saying? Score predictions then? Who needs to win more in this game? I don't think it's massively important to either. Andreas Harrysson played really well at the Euro Tour. Comes in with plenty of confidence. Oh, Johnny, I'm not laughing, honestly. Oh. Oh, that's brilliant. Who does Gary level up? To be fair, if you're paying, or if I'm Gary Neville, if you are paying as much as they are, I'd love them as well. Our DMs are open, Huel. If you want to get some product placement in there, I'll happily put a bottle of Huel up and say how good it is. Our DMs are open. You must want to get... Yeah, I'm up for it, Johnny. It looks sensational, doesn't it? But you loving my little sponsorship pitch there, Brad? You know? I will try them, to be fair. I've been to Disney. I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to upset Johnny. I've been to Disneyland in Paris. Florida has not hit my radar yet, but I would like to. 100%. Which is more impressive, Taylor's 16 Worlds or Nadal's 14 French Open? Oh, controversial. Nadal's 14 French Opens because it was year after year after year after year after year after year. You just couldn't beat him on clay. The man was an absolute machine on clay. In the world of MVG. Florida is on my list to tick off. I'm lucky. I've done a lot of the West Coast of America. So Miami, Orlando and so on is on the list. The only issue is, Rob, it's not very ginger friendly. So I need to pick the right time of year to go. Breaks down every 20 minutes though, although it makes no sense. But I'm just saying, no. Just magic. Just magic, Big Johnny. To be fair, I went out for a decent, because my calf's been playing up a little bit, so I went out for a real decent walk earlier, and I had the Harry Potter books on whilst walking. It was good. I've been to Orlando. Nice. Nothing that a bucket hat won't sort out. Oh, should we get an online darts bucket hat made? I can sit here with my little bucket hat on in the sunshine. Oh, P.S. It looks like I've sourced myself an Oasis ticket. Love that, Natalie. Love that. Rob Cross doing a sit-down interview with Dan Dawson. He's got the old Hugo Boss shirt on. You need to go just after the Worlds is finished. It's the coolest time. Cool. One of the ones at Wembley in September, Nico. I don't know the date. My mate messaged me and went, I've got you a ticket. That's all I need to know. I won't need binoculars, Jamie. My mate sorted me out well. They're decent seats. Bars in on the drums. Oh. Johnny, that's the only concern. Yeah, I'm with you. Backstage part, not backstage, but as not. I'm not going to get to go backstage, but they're good seats. He's done well for himself. He has done well. Oh, Kerry Katona. Blech. To be fair, I saw a picture of Katie Price the other day. Looks nothing like Katie Price anymore. She's had that much work done. It's ridiculous. Because of Oasis memorability. To be fair, I've got, again, lucky, I've got the album What's the Story Morning Glory signed by both. What's the story, Morning Glory? I feel asked you a few weeks ago about dart shop in Leicester. You recommended St Helens instead. Found a place called the Dart Shack in Leicester. Nice, Stanley, nice. Like I said, I'm not familiar with the area. I just know that I say that the St Helens Dart Shop is huge and has everything. Goes by the ways. Should end up like a fan. Highly recommend the Dart Shack. There you go, Natalie. Someone that lives in and around that area highly recommends it. What's the story, Morning Glory? You've been waiting for that one, Rob, haven't you? You've been teeing that one up. Getting ready to rock that one. If you want some information on anything nice, memory. We try. Rob Cross has won the ball. I'm interested to see which darts Rob Cross throws, because the last night of the Premier League he was throwing some prototypes, but kind of got lost in all the hysteria of Littler using prototype K-Flex. Have I ever tried throwing darts with handcuffs on? I haven't. Well, yeah, I'm not. Right, we are underway. Corey has a dab hand at it. Yeah, Corey's mastered that. Right, here we go. Harrysson against Rob Cross is underway. Try and get a look at Cross's darts in a minute to see what change, if he's gone back to his originals or not. How we doing, Daryl? Good to have you in, buddy. And Andreas Harrysson takes out 1-2-6 to break. Usual setup for. To be fair, Rob, again, it was only a subtle change. The prototypes he used, it was more the grip. Yeah, I say you can see that zoomed in. He's gone back. He threw. So I didn't get a very good look at it. We may have to go back and zoom in properly. But it looked like his dart with the grip pattern from the Stephen Bunting dart on it. Does that make sense? I think by the look of it, it's nailed on that it's going to be Thomas Frank. Dirty cash. I like that, Mitchell. I like that. Good manager, steady pair of hands. Is he the manager to take you to the next level? In my opinion, no. Bobby Cross has woken up here. Sluggish first leg, but he is out of the gate. Oh, I hate that dirty little snake. Thoughts, Phil? Thoughts on that? I haven't heard what video was. Has Matt put that on? Brock, I've not heard it yet. Rob Cross has made a mess of this. The last, I don't get me wrong. I end up watching all of Matt's stuff. Mission podcast. Okay, I'll check it out. But Bobby Cross does level it up 1-1. Love YouTube auto-generated chapters. Rob, that's incredible. Again, both of them not setting the world alight here. He just said he didn't like seeing players like Phil Taylor get battered by players no one had heard of. Fair enough. To be fair, I must admit I don't watch the Mission channel particularly. I like watching Matt stuff, but I don't particularly watch the Mission stuff unless someone says there's something good on it. I like Matt. I think he's very good, as everyone knows. Not so sure on his sidekick. Again, Harrysson threatening another break of throw here. What is a Rob Cross? It's a horrific dart. I listened to them. Yeah, I thought they were okay. Thought Barry's was decent. Maybe Cross can wear some that's my point, Johnny. Yeah, it feels very, very fake, very forced, and very trying to impress too much. Andreas Harrysson, to this day, how he's not got a tour card, I've got no idea. Harrysson can win this, yeah. It's look, Rob Cross is a wily old character that knows his way around. Cheers, Nico. Unfortunately, I'm not doing I won't be at the next seniors event because of a clash. But again, Rob Cross looking like he's going to break back here. It's been a very up and down match, this one for sure. This other one, Johnny, as well, where people call themselves former Pro Tour players or former PDC players loosely, because before you had to have a tour card. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, oh yeah, I went and played on a challenge tour, I went and played on a Pro Tour once, when you could just rock up and pay your entry fee. And it is 2-2. 4 legs, 4 breaks of throw. I think you now need a PA. 2 of darts' greatest unknowns. How dirty Harrysson has not got a tour card. And how, yeah, I still can't believe, Michos, that Willie O'Connor has never been to the match play. Is Dan Reed still on the scene? No. Not at the moment. A former Q School participant. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the bit, Rob. I hear too many people saying, well, I was a PDC pro. I played in the Pro Tour. But did you have a tour card? No, back in the day, we just paid and played. I think the seniors will be fine long term. Bobby Cross looking to hold for the first time here. No, not for a long time, Rob. Yeah, Johnny, agreed. Agreed. Rob Cross does hold for the first time and leads 5-3 Voltage, beating Dirty Harry. Andy Cornwall won a tour card. Fair play to him. I still don't enjoy his videos, Marcus. I still don't think he has enough authority to be saying, listen to me, I'm a pro player. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying he doesn't know his stuff, but you say it in a different light, it comes across as, I'm the pro, I'm right. And by the way, I don't know Andy, that's just the way it comes across. Possibility of tournament being how players represent. I like the concept, Machos, but I don't think it will happen. Cheers, Brock. Thank you very much. We are level at 3-all. Dirty Harry making a game of this. This is good from Andreas. Johnny, I don't mind the darts fitting concept. I quite like that because it's another pair of eyes on how things go through the air and so on. My issue is your second point, that to do that properly, it has to be with you have to do it and have the broadest spectrum of darts from everywhere, not just one brand. That's the bit I disagree with. To be fair, he's probably a really nice guy. I just don't like the way it comes across. Forgot to ask, who do you think are the best darts manufacturer in terms of being at the top for design and quality? It depends what you're looking for. Look, each manufacturer do different things well. Look, the Swiss Point I think is incredible from Target. I can't comment on the moulded flight and stem system from all manufacturers because I don't use it, so it's hard for me to comment on that. In terms of barrels, I really like the Winmore Red Dragon designs. if I could put a Swiss point on my Winmore Red Dragon darts, I'd be very happy. It's very subjective, Marcus, because I find the target darts too blingy, and that's not saying they are poorly made or anything like that, because they're obviously not. Target are a great brand, but they are too blingy for me. I like a very normal dart, which is why I prefer the Winmore Red Dragon. If when you went for a gold fitting, there were some places that only offered you on manufacturer. Yeah, I just think that, say, if you're going to do a proper fitting, it should be all. No, again, shot dart, again, I'm sure they are of the highest quality, but too blingy for me. Harry, hello, sorry I'm late and playing free for career mode. Nice, mate. Yeah, on ITV, mate. On ITV, but we thought we'd do a little bit of a watch along today. I've got the new Target Japan Darts Black and Gold Extreme. Yeah, and Johnny, at 100, and there's no right or wrong, is there? That people are very, like, I like this, and I like this, and no, unfortunately, I can't tomorrow. I did say this last week when that's the reason I'm not in Copenhagen. I said this last week when we were doing the European Tour streams. It's like, look, I can do one stream next week. Do people want it? And everyone did. But yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, that I've got a family commitment tomorrow. So let me get these out of the board. So I'm actually going down to Winmore Red Dragon in a couple of weeks' time. That I love the Paradigm darts. These are some of the ones that they gave us to test, and they're 21. They're a little bit too light, so I'm going to get those in the 23s. But again, it's just a very, very straight, plain dart, but I love it. So at the moment, I'm still throwing Old Faithfuls because they're just a little bit too light. Now look, Rob Cross is just doing enough on throw at the moment, isn't he? If you look at the big players, I'm not a fan of. No, 100%. Look, if you look at obviously Luke Humphries' dart, just tungsten, just some ring grip. Littler's dart is a little bit more funky with the pixel grip on it, I suppose. MVG is again just a straight ring dart. I think that's more. So Stephen Bunting is a little bit more funkier now with his grip pattern. Johnny's is a little bit different. Aspinall's very plain. Dobby plain. Heta plain. Rob Cross plain. Yeah, to be fair, if you go for it, they're all kind of plain, aren't they? There's no real funky. I guess he was never in any danger. What's the score? Currently it's 4 legs. It's currently 4-all, but obviously it looks like the score's broken. Let me see what's going on 365. Let's do a bit of in play. Bit of darts. No, it looks like something has. It looks like something's crashed in the venue. But Rob Cross, I can confirm, is 5-4 in the front. The giveaway is if the bookie site is stuck as well, it's something that's happened in the venue, because the bookies get a direct data feed, so they are literally for their in-play stuff are bang up to date, and when that's broken, you know it's something from the venue that's gone wrong. But yeah, also just watching it live, Rob Cross is 5-4 in front. Bearing in mind, I'm watching this on an iPad, as in on ITVX, so I might be slightly behind the TV coverage, but Cross is winning. Yeah, Gary's darts have changed shape, but the grip pattern has always been quite consistent. So Andreas Harrysson is down to a finish. 164. Rob Cross leaves 167 as it stands. Harrysson is making a mess. He's going to leave something. He leaves 84. Rob Cross 167. That's not going to go either. So, Andreas Harrysson looking at 84 to send us to a noble, a decider. And he misses. So Rob Cross that first start is absolutely horrific from Rob Cross. But then out of nowhere, he pulls double 18 out of the hat. These are, so, but bearing in mind, Daniel, I am very much a traditional flight and stem man, but I've got, so behind me, I've got K-Flex's, Fusions, and then I have got the Nitro flight, and I actually, out of the moulded flight and stems, I think these are my favourite. Still not enough to make me convert, but the Nitro flight out of the moulded setups is my favourite. I've never seen 4 double 18. It's a way to go. Fingers crossed they'll sort this issue out. But yeah, I'm saying for me, having tried all of them, they are my favourite, the Nitro Techs. But I am very much a traditionalist. So, Luke Humphries, the Triple Crown champion, takes on MODUS Razma next. I think Humphries wins. Shock horror, I know, and I'm going 6-3 to cool hand himself, Luke Humphries. I don't think Razma knows yet. 6-1 Humphries. Something, where are, there it is. Live lounges every Monday, buddy. So we will return Monday night. Make sure you are there. Still no who's won the... it looks like Luke Humphries. Yeah, Luke Humphries has won the ball. So hopefully they are... So 6-4 voltage. Right, here we go. Let's get this show on the road. Right, just waiting. They're doing a bit of an interview. So, score predictions then. Did Rob get no 180s? That's a good question. Let's see if they fixed. I don't think so, no. No, they fixed it. No, he didn't. No, I haven't seen her before either, so I don't know is the honest answer. Right. Make some calls. Right, Razma. Walking down. So it means we are about to predict a riot in a minute. Right. Here we go. Cool hand, Razma. Here comes Gianni back. They play. Don't play. Tomorrow. You'll have to a conclusion. Tomorrow you'll have quarterfinals, semi-finals, and final. Oh, I'm so disappointed. I wanted Luke to rock up with a great big crown on his shirt. Disappointed, Luke. You're better than that. Come on now. What's happening here? Right. Game number 4 of the session. Copenhagen in good spirit. It's a good venue, Copenhagen. The Colosseum. So, right. Looks like they fixed the scoring, or hope they fixed the scoring glitch that we had last leg. Humphries not off to the best of starts. A little bit of rust. So, Mr. Huer refereeing this one. Has Razma got the scoring power in the locker to trouble Humphries is the question. Nice, Darren, nice. Should be okay. Fingers crossed it'll be okay. Humphries looking at 1-2-2 for the opening leg. It will be a hold if this goes. Razma leaves 1-4-5, but not shown anything in this opening leg to make me think this is going to be a danger. But the setup isn't great from Humphries. Humphries just not firing on all cylinders here whatsoever. Oh, it's on for Razma. Tops for a 105, and it goes. He punishes the cool hand mistakes. Scrappy opening leg. What has Cool Hand got in the locker? Needs to respond. He is not having it all his own way here, and he is off the pace. The new Premier League champion has work to do. This could be the upset we were talking about. We said there could be one. Is this the one? Just watching on the pictures, tidy finish from Razma, the 105. Clean, clinical. But right now we are a leg and a half in, and Humphries has not found that scoring power yet. Yeah, that stroll through Copenhagen was too much. But Madas Razma looking favourite here for a 2-0 lead. He's going to back that hold of throw up. 120 for 2-0. Going to get another dial at tops. Can't miss it. He is 2 from 2 on the outer ring. 2-0, Madas Razma. Cool Hand just not doing what Cool Hand does until this leg. 140, 180. All of a sudden, as Humphries awoke. Be interested. I think Humphries will split this. He's gone straight for it. 2-1, that's better from Luke Humphries. But he still has to undo the wrong of leg one, where he was broken. Has to repair that damage. I'm not talking about the 90s boy band. But Razma here on the throw, making it hard work for Humphries. Humphries, they could do with another treble there and has found one. Down to a finish. Is this the moment that Humphries breaks back? So 1-4-3. So 44. Yeah, he kind of always has, a bit like Michael Smith, that when you're playing well, it doesn't really matter. Humphries does break back. He has woken up Cool Hand. Slack first two legs. But now it just seems to have shifted gear. So 2-2-1, just looking to set this up. If he can get in front, it's 3 legs on the spin, and it also means that Razma is then chasing. The whole dynamic of the game switches. One, 2-1. Cheeky, cheeky Lukey boy. I like it. Razma is going to have to watch Humphries potentially go 3-2 up here. How are we doing, Joe? Good to have you in. And he does 3-2. Cool Hand leads. Manas Razma is definitely feeling it now. How do you get on when you play for your local pub? Win some, lose some. I'm not very good anymore, unfortunately. What would you say is your least favourite major, including non-ranked? World Series final is pointless. Just bleh. But out of the ranked tournaments, my least favourite is the World Grand Prix. And it shouldn't be, but it is. I just don't know what it is. Andreas Harrysson back changed in the crowd watching already. What a man. 14 and ball for Razma to stop this 3-leg spurt from Humphries. Finds the treble and pin. No, he hit the wrong double. He's going for double 11. 12 and ball. Treble would have left double 13, but bullseye for Humphries. And it's 4-2 with 4 legs on the spin for the world number 1 and the newly crowned Premier League champion. Do you think, Phil, what do you think of England to win the World Cup at 4 tonight? I don't see how they don't win. So, yeah. This has been a good response from Humphries. A really, really good response. He was in trouble at 2-0, not playing well, but has gone through the gears, and now Razma does not have the answers. Yeah, to be fair, Mark, I thought it would be shorter as well. I thought they'd go off 1-4. Called it 6-2. Yeah, it's been. How accurate? So how? I'll see. What about it, Paul? He's very much toe forward. Very much there, open foot, toe forward, other one behind, almost like a running stance, I'm guessing. Similar to Gary's, and Gary and Joe are the two that spring to mind that are very much toe on. Like it's very much an open stance, closed stance where your foot is flush to the oche, and then we get some that are at an angle. Yeah, but I get the but also you're throwing in a direct straight line, but it works for him. That's what I mean. There's no coaching manual. It's like how right, as long as you are stable and solid and it feels comfortable. But Humphries. He's got the hinks. He's got the 127 in game. Can he hit it? Yeah, quarterfinals, semi-final, final tomorrow. Treble 19 would have left the bullseye, but doesn't hit it. So Razma will get a look at this 130. Uh, 130, let's have a look. Good question, Joe. We'll answer in a second. Bullseye for Razma. 25's it, so 68 for Humphries to win it. Oh, he's made a mess. Bullseye. Not this time, so Humphries has made a mess and Razma lives on if he can go 988. Can he go 988? There's the 9. Last dart in hand. And 88 is hit. So, right. Create your perfect dart player. Scoring, finishing, composure, mental game. Oh. Scoring. So what have we got? 4 aspects. So, however we could get these 4 players into one. If you could combine Luke Littler, MVG, Gary Anderson, and arguably Luke Humphries, you'd be unbeatable. But scoring Littler in his prime, I'd say James Wade, but not now on the Dublin. He's a little bit inconsistent. I'd probably go Humphries is doubling. Anderson's composure and MVG's mental game. I disagree, Paul, that Phil's tendency to leave bogey numbers is too high for me to be in all 4. So I wouldn't say composure, because you've lost your composure in that time to think clearly and yeah, Luke's ability to go under or over a block like a marker dart is incredible. Match darts missed from Humphries. Yeah, no, Marcus, I don't disagree with either of them. All of a sudden, we've just got a game on again. Razma is back within 1. It's unlike Luke. He's missed match darts and Razma kicks off 1-7-7. Are we going to a decider? This looked unlikely 5 minutes ago. It looked as if Humphries had pressed the afterburners. Razma. Has he just taken all the momentum away from him? Humphries is going to have to recompose himself here because MODUS Razma has asked him all kinds of difficult questions. So, here we go. One leg, shootout. Humphries has the darts, but Razma has the momentum. Which one would you rather be right now? And no trouble to start. This is an opening for MODUS Razma. Huge chance for the Latvian. Oh my. I don't know, there was a couple of times that Phil is up there with the greatest sportsman the UK has ever produced. But there was a couple of times that his bottle went, towards the end of his career, I mean, where he missed big moments. But don't get me wrong, overall I fully agree. But to say never is a big word. I think there was there's a few occasions, I'd say. Phil, what teams in the Championship would you like to see back in the Prem? None, because the gap's too big. Teams coming up can't compete. That is magical. What a finish that is from Cool Hand. When he needed it, he found something. Coming up after the break, Nathan Aspinall returns. Yeah, Nico, the gap's just too big. How are we doing, Maximus? 2016 to 17, MVG's win percentage was nothing I have ever seen before in my life. Aspinall has won the bullseye against Benjamin Reus. Yes, I did, Nico. I read it on social. So, what are we saying then? Score predictions for the Asp and Benjamin Reus. 6-2 to the Asp. Yeah, I think the Asp wins. Not disagreeing. Six 0 the Asp. Interesting. Could be. Aspinall was brilliant on the Euro Tour. He was brilliant Premier League finals night as well. Just lost to an incredible performance from Luke Humphries. But hopefully there's no promo on this one where we get another walk in the park or something like that and we just get on with the darts. Would be nice, would be handy. Yeah, he did. He was sensational. It was an inspired performance from Luke that beat Nathan at the O2. Yeah, I think they win it at a canter as well. I'm not sure if this BBC reporter, if he's drunk. It's understood consideration was given at Tottenham to the prospect of making an unlikely move for Eddie Howe, but Newcastle's qualification for the Champions League likely nips that in the bud. Why would you leave Newcastle for Tottenham at the moment? Yeah, it's not going to happen. Again, Luke's first 9 average of 110 all but was brilliant. And Razma just didn't have the answers to stick with him. Just seeing tonight that England Open on Darts Connect. Wow. Christ. Yeah. That didn't take them too long, did it? So, top half of the draw wins for Dobby, Price, Cross and Humphries. Bottom half, Nathan Aspinall going to get us underway. It's the Asp. Nathan Aspinall. Johnny Mac, microphone in hand as he gets ready to bring the players on. Again, we know that Reus has got a high ceiling in him, but not consistency levels is the issue for him. We've seen those explosive performances from him on the World Cup stage. We've seen a couple on the Pro Tour. We saw him at the Super Series when he played there before he won his card. But like I say, we don't see them enough. Who do you think is the next John McDonald? For me, there's only one that I think should get a go. Well, not get go is the wrong word, but there aren't too many announcers out there. It's not a trade where you go, he's the next cab on the rank. So I'd like to see Mr. Filip Brzezinski. What a day weather-wise, 77, muggy, and the train. I'm ready for the weekend. And nice, mate, nice. Who do you think England will... Scotland, I think. Do we know much about Reus? Yeah, he's a good player, Reus, but look, it comes from exposure. Getting used to playing. He's got a good ceiling, but it's there or there. There's nothing in between. Yes, Rob Cross did win Rich 6-4. Swiss Phil, you know. Absolutely love to have Johnny Mack's. Yeah, Johnny Mack's superb, isn't he? Love a bit of the Johnny Mack. It's good. To be fair, the walk-on song is still superb. It's just because we hear them so much now. Like again, I think the same about Titanium. When Stephen Bunting first walked onto it, I thought, oh, this is good, but because we hear them so much, and it's so like, oh, here we go again. But Aspinall getting us underway. Benjamin Drew Royce playing in front of his home nation, and Aspinall bangs in a maximum 180. 6-1 Asp. Did you see? Yeah, I did, yeah. I thought it was good. Aspinall leaves the big fish. Should Oasis open? I don't know. I'd like them to start with hello. It's good to be back. It's good. And then I'd finish with Champagne Supernova. But Aspinall looking at double 16 for the opener. Misses, but will return. Drew Roy's not in the same neighbourhood. Sluggish start, and again, that we know these players can perform, but their lack of TV time sometimes goes against them, where the PDC elite are playing on TV all the time. And Aspinall does take the opener. This is the thing, that they can all play, but it's the lack of time they get. Yeah, I saw. Yeah. So there's been some of the leaked audio of the rehearsals. It sounds good, to be fair. Drew Reus just looking to just get something to build on at the moment. That foothold in the game is not there for him. Yeah, it was Nico. Again, Drew Reus could do with a max here. 182. And he's now favourite to level up. We know this level is here from him. Just needs to put pressure on Aspinall. Easier said than done, I know. But 2 at tops for a level game. For 1-1. Misses. Yeah, Maximus, I fully appreciate that it's not... but it was weird. Obviously, I went to the AJ Dubois fight last year when Liam sung, and I remember... oh, Nathan, you cheeky little sausage. Takes out the 138. Drew Reus missed 2 at tops. And Aspinall with a ton topper. Yeah, as I was saying, being at Wembley when Liam did, was it 3 songs? That he got a load of shit on social media because it sounded shit on TV, but we were in the venue and it sounded incredible. I do see all. Yeah, it's looking that way, Harry. I agree. It is looking that way. Aspinall 2-0 up and cruising through. Big setup. Stop, bro. Just stop clapping, Benjamin. Stop clapping. Yes, it was good, but it doesn't deserve a clap. Aspinall 3-0 up. If he wins on throw here, and from there you would suggest it's a hard way back for Benjamin Drew Reus. Aspinall 92. Double 16 somewhere where he normally thrives, that area of the board. But first of all, needs to hit a treble. Can't. Double, double. Double, double. Something we've already seen today from Bobby Cross. And we've seen it again from Nathan Aspinall. Pop, pop, pop from the Asp. And it is 3-0. Tonight, he is going to be a rock and roll star. Aspinall is cruising right now. Absolutely cruising along. In no danger whatsoever. I'm I'm not sure, Rico. I'm not sure who comes out of the Asia region and is going to be that player, that longevity that Paul Lim has. Aspinall threatening a double break. Yeah, we're doing Malako. You're good. Good to have you in. I've got it on the app. I'm watching. I've got it talking to you fine people, and then I've got it on the app as well. It's a bit of ITVX going on. Tops for 4-zip. Oh, brutal. 80% on the outer ring, Nathan Aspinall. 4 from 5. The Stockport slinger cannot miss. Thoughts on Ansakin? Ridiculous, diabolical, horrific, howler. How many more do I need to chuck in? Yeah, first to 6. And Aspinall is 4-0 up. He's 2 away from victory. And right now you can't see how he's not going to complete the job. The seeds are doing what they need to do. Could do with a treble here though, Asp. Doesn't find one, so just leaves the door open here for Benjamin. He's down to a finish first here. Cheers, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. $164 for Drew Reus. It's on, treble 18. Bullseye. Oh, that would have been special. Forces Aspinall into 160 though, perhaps. Oh, hello. Oh, that would have been like a kick in the bollocks if that has gone. Benjamin Drew misses a dart at the ball, and then if Nathan Aspinall would come up plumb the 160, have some of that. But Drew Reus has missed his chance. And now Aspinall come inside. Only 1 dart left. Up until this leg, that he's hit it, but his finishing was immaculate. It's just dipped, that percentage has just dropped a little bit. He was round the 80% mark, but he's now only 1 away from victory. It's gone from 80% to 55. Have a word now if you've had a mare. Only joking. Only joking. So this looks like it could be the beginning of the end of this leg and contest, as Benjamin Drew Reus is absolutely cooking. 3-0 Norway over it. Wow. Do England play tonight? Or England tomorrow? Aspinall is going to set this up. Tomorrow, cool. I'm already not a particular fan of Tuchel at the moment. I think Littler will play to his normal level, somewhere in and around that 100 or better average. Oh, but just 117 is not going to go. So Aspinall will return to clock up. Oh, he's missed the big number. He's made a mess of this. 7 left. 2-2 gets him out of jail, but missing the big number, he almost made a hash of it. But it is a whitewash. Bagel indeed served, as Nathan Aspinall is a 6-0 demolition job of Benjamin Drury-Roy's. Littler against Tingstrom coming next. Well done, Marcus. Good call. I like it. Something that doesn't happen very often. Tingstrom has won the ball. So, how many legs are people giving Tingstrom? How many? Littler throws 5-1-8. I can see it. Phil, since darts is so big internationally, do you think it will be fun? I'd like to see a Ryder Cup style event, 100%. Whether you had the UK against the rest of the world, perhaps. But yeah, I'd certainly like to see a Ryder Cup style event. Don't know what you guys all think. But I would certainly be down for that. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, Tingstrom won the ball. Probably that tournament was only created for the BBC, and when they ran out of money and didn't want to pay for it anymore, I liked the Champions League. I was a fan. Didn't fancy it. Similar to the Ryder Cup on Moscone. Yeah, look, I'd like it Ryder Cup, where you've got 2 non-playing captains. Take, for instance, the first one, you could have Phil, captain of UK, and John Park, captain of the rest of the world. Then you could have X amount of picks, as in the rankings gets you in, and then the captains have wild cards, the same as they do in the golf. Then on the Friday, you have pairs games or triples games. Then on the Saturday, you have the opposite, like you have your 4-ball and so on. And then on the Saturday, you have your singles games, but again, the captain chooses the order. The order's not picked by the TV companies or anything like that. Captain picks the order. Paul, sorry, Phil, I don't agree with this format. That's just the Premier League. No, because the captains get picks, Paul. So you have X amount, however many players we're having in this team. Granted, they qualify by rankings, but then the captains actually get picks. Right, here comes Victor Tingstrom. So here comes the nuke. Give me the green light. Everyone knows, Malaki. Everyone knows. Littler on stage against Tingstrom. Okay, Tingstrom won the ball. So Littler has got some work to do. It's a Littler world and we're living in it. like that a lot. The nuke is in action. Yeah, no, it's a nice touch, isn't it? Tingstrom doing all right here on throw. Going to get a look here. Two darts here at double 18. Oh, sorry, double 19. I'll say it would have been a disaster if Tingstrom had have let that slip. Littler, sluggish start. Looks like Tingstrom's using old Gary Anderson scallop darts. Again, not firing on all cylinders. Sure that'll come. Humphries had a bit of a sluggish start as well. it's on. Hello, another. Ooh, not going to go. So we'll just tee up top. So has Tingstrom got a roof raiser? In him. Not this time. So Littler looks at tops for a level game at 1-1. And pins. He never misses double 10. Never ever. Definitely an unlittler-like performance here. You can tell he's probably not picked up a dart since the Premier League finals. A little bit of rust going on here so far, but Tingstrom not really making hay while the sun shines. Yeah, it's when Luke is only averaging 81, it makes everyone feel better, doesn't it? Break of throw. Yeah, he's not really at the races at the moment, is he? I'm sure that'll come in time. I know players get an appearance fee to play, but how does that get done? Does the players have to negotiate with the... I guess the fee is negotiated. I'm not a manager, so I've never been in that situation. But I know that when I've been speaking to Gary about it in the past, he openly said he was on more than other players back in the day for it. So I'm guessing it's a fee based on commercial, I guess. Tingstrom to break back 25. Yeah, we're now almost at the end of leg number 4, and Luke's not hit a maximum. Unusual. Uncharacteristic. This is a different kind of performance, and Tingstrom does level up 2-2. The Nuke needs to find that afterburner. Yeah, maybe it feels a bit like an exhibition. But look, Victor Tingstrom right now will be fancying getting the job done. He is playing some good stuff. He's down to a finish. And Tingstrom 3-2 up. Maximum from Littler, 182. And it is 3-3 Littler. Just a little blip of the afterburners there. Yeah, look, my guess is that Luke probably hasn't picked a dart up since the O2. But he's still got to break the Tingstrom throw. This is... Harry, I just think it'll be a where he's not picked them up. My guess is that he didn't play on the Euro Tour. I saw him playing, I know he was streaming online quite a lot, so my guess is he's just a bit rusty. If he comes through this, I expect him to be better tomorrow. But this is break opportunity for Littler. 91. He's on the bullseye route. Tops. And Littler breaks at a key moment. In the blink of an eye, Littler has just put a little bit of magic dust into this contest. Tingstrom, he is fighting back here. The setup play. His maths brain is incredible. What a setup that is to leave a finish. That's stunning from Littler. Absolutely stunning. Just the way his brain computes numbers is right up there with the very best. Tingstrom is now in a world of trouble. He had a chance relatively early, but now it's looking as if the nuke is doing what the nuke does. Treble 10, double 10, love it. He has been on fire here. Tingstrom has just not had an answer when Littler has gone to the well. Yeah, that's the thing that MODUS, that when he's pressed the afterburners, he's flown through. But he's just not been he's been stuttering along in second gear, then just blip the accelerator every now and then, which has been enough in this tie. It's been good, it's been collected, but just opens the door here for Tingstrom. And 86, he will get a look at it. Oh, pack it in, Littler. Oh, maximum to leave 17. I'm a fan. Because again, it gets the crowd up, makes this 86 more difficult, because the crowd will be on their feet cheering the maximum on. Gonna get a look though. Double 8 and he's not taking it, so Littler now has match starts. You can't leave double 10 from here, so I'm guessing 5 for double 6. He loves that right hand side of the board, but he's missed. Match starts not converted. 2 not there for the nuke. But Tingstrom has also hit the wrong double. Littler, you left it. You sorted out. And last dart in hand, the nuke does prevail. Not vintage by any stretch of the imagination. But it is a win for the nuke. And he just gives the camera a cheeky little... He knows what he's done. Never a doubt, never a doubt. But the nuke is into Saturday's action. Stephen Bunting coming up against Oscar Lukasiak. Next, Bunting has won the ball. So, good from him. The bullet coming next. So what are we saying, chat room? Score predictions. Now that Littler is safely through, Stephen Bunting coming next. And then the final game of the session will be the Ferret. Johnny Clayton. Go, Johnny, go. As he takes on Labanauskas. Should we do this? Wait a minute, let me move this because it's slightly in the way. I think I've not really lined this up properly. Should we have a chat and a chuck? Or not, as the case may be. What's going down then, everyone? 20. Oh, damage. Yeah, snapped. We'll still carry on playing though, we'll still have a go. So, score predictions then everyone, what are we going for? Those points are really grippy. The old-fashioned the old gripper point. There we go, and then funny angles. Coming out of the hand at all kind of angles at the moment. Not good. What we saying, chat room? Anything interesting? Yeah, Paul. I used to. I played Super League and played county youth. We had a really good Hampshire side, under 18s and under 21s, back in the day. But then I got the Ips, and now they come out of the hand. It takes me ages to get them to come out of the hand, and at times my fingers just don't open quick enough. Like that. See, those last two left the fingers okay, and they go straight. It's when Steve-O, when I get on downstairs, if I call my score out, love that. Chat room, love that. I've had the yips for years, muchos, that I can still practice with the best of them. Once I get, like, now the brain's overthinking, so let's. Try and reset. Right, Johnny Mac is back. Let's have three more then. Spraying them around. Right, let's There's Victor Tingstrom. Oscar Lukasiak. Tingstrom just played. Get him to Q school. It'd be easy points for someone, Malachi. Easy points for someone. And here comes the bullet, a bit of titanium about to hit. So, Here we go. Get him to Q score. We will try not. But Bunting has the darts and any more thoughts on OD Live? Yeah, to be fair, we're going to try and find somewhere suitable to do it. So yes, we've had a discussion about it. So, what are we saying then? Bunting too strong? Cool, mate. Cool. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Innovate Oscar. I'm guessing that means sort of like good luck Oscar or something like that. Again, Oscar Lukasiak warming up for the World Cup as well. Stephen Bunting from St Helens. 2024 Masters champion, the Bullet. Has won a World Series event this year, of course, in Bahrain. I remember Colin playing for Hampshire very well. Aaron, I've known since he was a kid, because we obviously live in the same town. I don't think Aaron's playing at all at the moment, Paul. Bunting, 303. As I say, Lukasiak not firing at all here in leg one so far. This fella has... Yeah, I don't like that long pause at the back of the backswing. It's a very long pause. Bunting, again, not firing on all cylinders, but not having to. He is... They're both struggling here in leg one. Again, Bunting, only one visit of a tunnel more in this opening leg. The scoring radar for both has been very much out of sync. Oh yeah, that Lukasiak throw. Is horrific. And somehow he's taken out 118 to win the first leg. Webby's saying he's had his struggles. Yeah, you can see it. It's just not nice. Price said on the TalkSport YouTube channel, one player that he was from the south. Yeah, I heard it. I was trying to work out who he was on about. I don't know. I don't think it's something that Munn could do. Do you feel like this? Not if Bunting fires, no. If Bunting continues to misfire in this game, possibly yes. But if he continues in this vein, or sorry, if he continues, no, Lukasiak is not. Oh, he is massively. Dart one. And Bunting does level up 1-1, breaks straight back. It's a bit of a shocker from both. It's pretty quiet in the hall. In fact, it seemed like it was buzzing early on, but obviously that none of the locals have won. Littler's been on, Price has been on, Humphries has been on. Maybe a little bit deflated. And do you think Lukasiak is a good player? He's a better player than what we're seeing here, yes. But you can see that his throw is massively struggling with the dreaded D word. That first dart is just painful to watch. Muchos, some players, it never does. Excuse me. Some players, it never happens. Let's go there. 2-1 Bunting leads. I think every case is kind of different. I know some people kind of hold a third dart in their hat or a fourth dart to trick the mind and so on. I think it's just there's no textbook way. Just double check. Yeah, the World Cup is on Sky. Yeah. So I just try and play through it, and some days are better than others, and so on. But it is tough, and mine wasn't like I can't. I mean, mine was. My fingers wouldn't open quick enough, and you could see when I was having a chuck there that when I get it to come out of the hand, it's fine. But sometimes, like instead of like as you're throwing it, you tend to release there, that my fingers don't open till there, and you're dragging low. Just watching Lukasiak, it's all about dart one for Lukasiak. That's his one that he's struggling with massively. And Bunting looking 8-8 for a 3-1 lead. He's up the average to 93. Bunting has got better of that, there's no doubt. Worst day for all. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Thoughts on Ansaka? Again, I don't agree with it, Joel. Yeah, I'm not. Not for me. Evening, Mike. Hope you are good. Bunting looking at 68 for 4-1. Doesn't go. Yes, sir. Just getting off from work. Nice, Mike. What do you do for a living? He's put a there's a whether it was a pre-prepared statement or not. There is a statement that's gone out. I'm not sure whether it was on his Instagram or something like that. But yeah, look, it's never going to be. He's never going to slate it or anything like that because he walks away, I think, with £7 or £8 in his pocket. I found where I was. Nice, mate. Good. Just getting this. It's just game's not caught light, and it takes two to tango sometimes. Yeah, 100%, and I don't think anyone. I don't think you ever get rid of it. Muchos is the thing. Yeah, I don't think you ever get rid of it. You learn to play with it and cope with it. But all of a sudden, this game could be 3-3 in the blink of an eye. This is bonkers. Yeah, 100%. You hear? I can't remember. I can't remember where I was listening to it, but Stephen Hendry gave a really good thing from a snooker point of view that as he'd bring the cue back, he then wouldn't follow through properly and so on. And I've heard, yeah, golfers that have got the ips and so on. Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, but it's one of those that he's tried to avoid paying tax. But just what I've read, I don't know, but just what I've read, it's as if he's tried to avoid paying tax and he's been caught. It happens. We are 3-3. Has Ange gone back to crocodile wrestling? Look, I think he'll chill for a bit. I still think that winning the Europa League will get him another decent job. Winning a trophy, and especially the Europa League, will get him a decent job. Bernard Langer had it when he went to cool. I am a very casual golf fan. How does Rob Cross's tax troubles become public? I don't know is the honest answer. But again, reading the original report, it'd been going on since, I think, 2023, so... Yeah, I'm not sure is the honest answer. But Bunting coming back 4 tops. For 3, the Bullet leads. What are the expectations for the next Spurs manager? 2 seconds. So what are I don't know what the expectations are, if I'm being honest. Look, the league form has to be better. I look at our squad and our players, we're probably 1 or 2 away from... Look, are we going to win the league? No. Can we compete for a top 4 finish? Yes. Do I think that we've got a divine right and will finish in the top 4? Absolutely not. But I look at it and we can compete for the top 4. So, and when you throw us into the mix then of finishing anywhere between 8th and 4th. Must be annoying giving away 50% of all your winnings. From a tax purpose, you want about Maximus? Bunting looking to break here and go with it. Yeah, look. Oh yeah, 100%. And look, that's why I'm not talking about Rob Cross specifically here. That's why a lot of wealthy people try tax avoidance, or however you want to do it, and have ways around stuff and thing. Do I blame them? Absolutely not. If I was earning that much money, would I do it or try to do it? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I was about to say, Jimmy Carr tried it. Chris Moyles did something similar as well when he was at Radio 1 and so on. It's been going on as long as time, hasn't it? Bunting is now 1 away, and this one has been scrappy. Has been scrappy-do. How are we doing, Greatest Showman? Hope you are good. Good to have you in. 1 game to go. It's been a slow night, if I'm being honest. It's not been the best of standards. It's obviously always enjoyable because it starts, but it's not been the greatest nights. We've had spells from players, but 90. Going Price played well with a ton average. Rob Cross 93. Luke Humphries 97 was good. Aspinall 90 and a 6-0 win. Littler struggled. And now Bunting. Yeah, it's been... Stephen Bunting does seal a 6-3 victory. Yeah, one of those ones where I didn't want him gone, to be fair, but look, it is what it is. And we now have to get used to Thomas Frank. Yeah, no, I'm with you that, and it hasn't taken them this long to come up with that decision as well. Not been announced, but he's 1-5 now with the bookies, and there is Sky Sports have reported that there is a buyout clause in Frank's contract. So, and the wording of the Spurs statement very much says to me that it's a done deal, that they know who's coming in. Phil, HMRC release details of tax issues and investigations, penalties. Ah, cool. Cheers, Paul. Yeah, I didn't know that, so thank you very much. The Spurs statement when they announced the Ange sacking said everything was in place, basically, where it says will be announced in due course, not we're now starting the process or the process has begun or whatever it was, will be announced, will be commented on in due course. So would I be surprised if come Sunday night Frank was announced? Not at all. But again, I'm not sold on Thomas Frank. Look, is he a decent manager? Yes. Does he get you to the next level? In my opinion, no, he doesn't. He's a middle of the road, steady pair of hands, which is fine if that's what you want to be as a club and so on. If that's where you want, then. But yeah, not for me. How we doing, buddy? Hope you're good. Good to have you in. So, what are we saying then? Laban against the ferret, Johnny Clayton. Is the ferret going to ferret? Or is Labanauskas going to get through? Yeah, 100%, mate. Who's your winner for the tournament? Luke Humphries, I think. I think Gezi could be a danger. There was spells that Gezi played really well today. Littler looked rusty. I'm sure that again he's not picked up a dart since the O2, so I expect him to be better tomorrow. But the ferret, he's playing well, the ferret. Excuse me. Right. Can Johnny Clayton complete the night in a clean sweep for the Seeds? Little Coolham final for me. Yeah, Luke's gonna, as in LL's gonna have to play better. Oh, the Ferret is a class act. We all love the JC, and I'm not talking about the one from Only Wears Essex. Clayton 6-3. Yeah, look, I think that he's playing well. That's it, Malika. You tell him, everyone. If you haven't yet, tap that like button. You know what to do. You know where it is. You know what to do. Right. Why? Look, I understand that you've recorded this piece of content and so on, but when you are running behind, do you need to show it? No, you don't. The overrun is real. Not. I disagreed. So basically, the producer. This will be when they tell it. I'm assuming that this was scheduled for 6 till 10 on ITV4. So as a producer, you are time conscious, or you should be anyway, about not overrunning. That sometimes you have to overrun, or sometimes you can't help it. But you then strip stuff out of the show to get yourself back on time. Here he is, the Ferret against Laban. Darius Labanauskas. No, I get it's not like one of the main ones and so on, but still, by overrunning, then someone is then got to reschedule all the other ITV4 stuff if you overrun. The girl on ITV just 4 said it. Night to remember. I'm not sure about that. I don't know, Malachi. I will find out after. I've never seen her before. No heartbeat. Oh, I can't beat a bit of heartbeat. Bit of Nick Berry. I'm a fan. You can tell I'm old as well when I get when you know what's going on with the old heartbeat. I watched it earlier. Nice. Wasn't I to you? Oh, I like that. I'm a fan. Matt, another one of Nick Barry's good works was Harbour Lights. Was a fan. Yep. Harbour Lights was filmed at West Bay, one of the best places in the UK, if not the world. I love it there. Absolutely love it. We were talking about the old shows today. Bad Girls, London, but nice. Soldier, Soldier. The old shows are the best. They don't make shows like they used to, that's for sure. So both players are on the stage, so we are ready to rock and roll at last. Last game of the session. Is she not, Paul? Honestly, it's the best work experience they can ever get. Watching Johnny Clayton, what more could... What more? So Johnny getting us underway. Remember, Laban is capable. We've seen brilliant performances from the little Lithuanian. But there he is, Johnny Clayton, hometown of Pontyberem in Wales. But he's been playing well recently, Johnny Clayton. Premier League. He was disappointed to be left out, but he's bounced back well. European Tour title. European Tour final as well. Is he? Has Johnny Clayton gone back to his old darts? I need to have a quick investigation here. Are they back to his originals? Or is it the light? I need to find out when he's going for a double. Can't see on my iPad. Overrated darts walk on. Super Chin. Who else am I putting in that mix? Back in for Johnny. Nice, Rob. Yeah, the ferret is just getting underway. I can't see if it's the... Rob, you've got a good eye for this because I'm watching on my iPad. I don't know. Is Johnny gone back to his original dart? Or is it just the light shining on it that makes it look like not as grey as those new ones he was throwing? I can't make my mind up. If it's the light or just on my iPad. Yeah, I'd go with that as well. I don't disagree, Brock. Controversially, sorry, Stephen Bunting's as well. Still the new one's cool. Yeah, I didn't know if it was the light shining on them or not. I couldn't tell. And the ferret leads 1-0. The ferret is ferreting. But Laban is playing well here. He's asking questions of Clayton. I think, for me, it's just that point of the year where we've heard all these walk-ons so many times in the Premier League. You're just like, ah. But Johnny B. Good. Labanauskas, though, is going to leave something handy. How handy will it be, Darius? Shanghai handy. But Clayton is also going to be on something low, and that low is 58. Pressure on the Labanauskas darts here. But he's going to get a dart at top if he keeps this one straight. Straight it is. To level up the little Lithuanian, known to us as Laban, has hit 1-1. The pressure was applied from Clayton, but Laban was up to it. Remember, Rob, Mum's been to Iceland. Hey! That was a good dart from Darius Labanauskas. One. Tough team, Iceland. Yeah, 100%. I've got to say, I'm not a big Josh Kelly fan, if I'm being honest. But I'll tell you what I am a fan of, the ferret. Just ferreting at the moment. But Laban is sticking with him. Will not go away. That is for sure. Underrated darts players: Kirchmar, Labanauskas, Sedlacek. They're all good players in their own right. I agree. But all of a sudden, there's a bit of pressure on this Clayton 102. Can he hit the target that Laban did? He can't. So, potential break opportunity for Labanauskas. This wasn't in the Johnny Clayton script. But Labanauskas has made an absolute mess of that. But so has Clayton. Johnny Clayton has now missed 4 darts for a 2-1 lead. What's happening here? Last dart in hand. Darius Labanauskas has broken Johnny Clayton and leads 2-1. Like I said, the Ferret had 4 darts to win that leg, and he hasn't. And now Labanauskas is in control. Clayton has questions to answer. Those questions are being posted by Labanauskas right now. But 180-140 is a brilliant response from Clayton. It's stunning. I genuinely believe that Clayton is becoming that force again. The Johnny Clayton that won multiple TV titles. In the blink of an eye, Johnny Clayton, 2-2. Just feel that Labanauskas has not been consistent enough. When he's got it right, he's been good. But overall, Johnny is producing. But that slip just gives Labanauskas a chance. It gives him room to get into this leg and attack the Clayton throw. just become scrappy this leg. Just a few wayward darts from Clayton has given Labanauskas a chance here. He's going to get a look at this 105. Tops for Clayton. And again misses. And again Labanauskas can lead. Johnny Clayton's finishing is only 2 from 10. That's been the Achilles heel. He's had opportunities, but has not taken them, has been the issue. But Laban has missed 3 clear darts, but Clayton is having a mare. Doubling disaster from Clayton. 2 from 13. Surely Laban is not going to miss again, and he is not. He leads. Clayton has had a disaster. And then Labanauskas starts 1-7-4. Johnny Clayton could be the first and only seed to lose. Yeah, he's had a doubling disaster here. I don't know, I missed it, and the playback feature's not great on the app. I don't know if he did a full jaws or not. So, Labanauskas is on 99. It's tricky. Clayton can apply pressure, which he's done. No, I wasn't either, Rob. I was looking at the scores and not the... So Johnny is going to get a look at 44 to again break straight back. And breaks. And then another maximum for the ferret. When in spells, Johnny has been sensational, but the 3 from 13 has been the issue. So I think there's only four proper seeds, Ruben, and then the other PDC players go into the seed side. So you've got four. You got in the draw bracket. You've got 1, 4, 3, 2, or 2-3, whichever round they go. And then the other PDC picks go into that bracket. Clayton leads 4-3. Do players qualify? No, they're all PDC picks, Rob. Yeah, they are all picks. But Johnny is fraudulent. He got irritated with himself. He was annoyed. But now he is in the ascendancy. Sorry, Rob. I misread your question. My bad. So normally it's, for instance, the CDC have qualifiers. So there's a qualifier this weekend. So I think some take a ranking. Some use their ranking table. Some have qualifiers. My bad, mate. I misread your question. I thought you were talking about the PDC players. I skim read. So 1-2-1 is a Johnny Clayton classic. It's pop, 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 point. Oh, I thought I'd timed it to perfection. But Labanauskas 77. And he's going to get 2 darts at double 10 for 4 all. Clayton has missed a dart at double 14 for 5-3. And he won't get any more because it is a level contest. Can Labanauskas find another break of throw? He's going to have to find something special because at the moment, Clayton is averaging just under 10 points more than him. But that gives him an opportunity. Big visit would get him back into this leg. Has Labanauskas gone to the 19s early? Can't find his range on the treble. He's done a Razma and gone downstairs. Clayton leaves the fish. The big fish. Pop, pop, pop. Fishing for the ferret. Majestic from Clayton. Going to watch it in real time. In real time. Oh, yes, Johnny boy. Now, can he get the job done in this leg. Don't really want to be going to a decider because that's when things get difficult. But another maximum for the Ferret. He loves the finger point. He should trademark it. But he's now got 6 darts to win it from here. Great first dart, awful second dart, great second dart. He will return for 80 and a match-winning opportunity for the Ferret. Is he ferreting? Is it ferreting of the highest order? So 80 for victory. Tops missed. So it was actually Rod Studd who started off the big fish expression, and it's kind of stuck, and everyone's gone with it, and it's become a thing. But it was Rod Studd. But is Labanauskas about to have a moment of his own? Clayton has missed a match dart. Oh, Laban! Where's he pulled that from? 154 from absolutely nowhere. Pressure is still on Clayton here. And he's opened the door. He's missed a match dart. No treble for Clayton. Chance for Labanauskas. He has very much played second fiddle to Clayton here. But all of a sudden, is he about to win it? Back-to-back treble-less visits for Johnny Clayton. Labanauskas is now favourite. He's taken the darts. This will hurt Johnny Clayton here. He carved out the chance, missed a dart at tops, and is he about to be the only seed that falls? Because it's a disaster. It's 3 treble-less visits for Clayton. It's a disaster. Because Labanauskas is on a finish. There is nothing Johnny can do about it. He's averaging nearly 97. But Labanauskas will got 6 darts to get rid of 164. Treble is in. Oh, another treble here. A ton to leave 64. Johnny Clayton needs a max to apply maximum pressure. And he's done that. Is it too little, too late? Because Laban might get 2 match starts. 16's corridor. He's going to get 2 at tops. Labanauskas has missed 2 match starts to beat Johnny Clayton. There's no guarantee. No guarantee. Oh my word. Last dart in hand comes to the rescue of the Ferret. Wowzers. I'm just going to watch this on the stream. Let this catch up. 5-5, last dart in hand. Yeah, the 180, Rob, we say it because the crowd are up. It applies the pressure. The referee's bowing out the 180. The fans are loving it. And it caused the mistake from Labanauskas. But Johnny Clayton showed his mettle. Oh, he couldn't have put them any closer, Rob. They were hugging the wire of tops. He couldn't have done any more, Laban. None whatsoever. But Johnny Clayton is into the next round. Laban departs. You guys have been incredible this evening. Thank you very much for the support today. I say I'm gutted I can't do a watch along tomorrow with you to see who wins, but thank you very much as always. We've been Online Darts. If you haven't yet, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. Fingers crossed all goes well. Interviewing Gary Anderson on Sunday, so stay tuned for that. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, whatever you are doing. We've been Online Darts, and we'll see you all very, very soon.